Hello, I'm a bit later than usual. It took a little too long to get my food done. And I had to eat it. But it's fine, I'm here now. Also, I had to fix the video upload because apparently the one for the last stream didn't go through properly. I'm not sure what that was for. What that was about. So I had to send it over or whatever. Hopefully it should be fine. I'll check when the stream is done. But yes, we are going to get back to Ace Attorney. I believe we were just coming up on the trial in the chapter 4, episode 4 rather, of the second game. Right, so what was happening last time? Maya was kidnapped. She seemed to have escaped, though, from the last bit we saw of her. We have to prove some guy innocent. The, actor guy. The ninja. No, the other one's the ninja. He's the samurai. The ninja died. Many things. I remember them, I'm just not great at spinning. March 22nd, 9:47 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Adrian did it. Did it. That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there was someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer, dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I feel like this is maybe already a scandal, but okay. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Who is this? Ah. Mia. We must get a complete acquittal today. I know. But I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. Oh? It's the phone. Oh, that thing. Not a phone, it's whatever it is. It's him. This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. Even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. Wait! The kidnapper sent me a present. Mr. Lawyer, dude, who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? March 22nd, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. No one's over there yet. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard. Are the prosecution and defense ready? Prosecution didn't look like they were even there. The defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Let me turn this down. Your Honor. Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. Oh. What? Shot? Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. This present. Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Mrs. Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Phew. You're... I thought he'd show up. Oh. Your Honor. Due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Ungard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally find the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Witness, your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe. The prosecution has no need for such a depressed witness. Lift your head and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be, with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Yeah, the bare facts of the case. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corda, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room. Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant were alone to their room, sir. Went alone to their room, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Bare facts of the case. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes moment. Okay. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. Ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m., and then there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct? Which is to say, the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony, detective. The victim was found dead in his hotel room, right? The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She is the defendant, Matt on Guard's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir. Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence. When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. on Guard. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. I see. And that's when she found the victim's body. After looking into the cause of death... The cause of death. Wasn't that because Mr. Corrido was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, real pro's attention will be drawn here to this bandana. Bandana? His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. Oh, he must have said banana before or something. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't read it correctly. Then, what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. That would explain the lack of blood. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. Autopsy report added to the court record. Time of death, 8:15 p.m. Cause, strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. And we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but it wasn't. The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I mean, that's easy enough to prevent. You just use a cloth or something, or gloves, or whatever. But he didn't have it on the stage prize thing. The ceremony, so... I see. So much for my theory, then. So it must have been removed before that. You wouldn't just bring an empty guitar case, and you'd certainly notice if it were empty. Guitar case updated in the court record. Empty, there's some water, but only on the top of the lid. It bears Corrido's fingerprints. However, we later found out the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. What convinced you that it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Lon Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Maybe it was taken there without the guitar, but with something else in it. Not sure what. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why, then, did the police arrest Matt on guard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Matt Ongard and Juan Corda were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Ongard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. Bought it. How do you track the purchasing of a knife? I guess it was like gold and shiny, so maybe it's special. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. Interesting. Knife added to the court record bears the victim's blood and Ongard's fingerprints. In the grip, Gatewater is engraved. That's just the hotel's name. And there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And this button is also covered in blood. Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? Jammin' Ninja's button added to the court record. Was ripped from his costume, is covered in Corda's blood, found in Ongard's hakama. Well, this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Oops. But in terms of popularity, Mr. Ongard won, did he not? Yeah. You know what's ironic, pal? Juan Corda was always one step behind Mr. Ongard in everything. This year, it seemed like he'd finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. But Mr. Corda lost the Grand Prix in the end. That's too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing. Father is in his way. Wait just 1 second here. Mr. Ongard was beating Mr. Corda in the popularity polls. Well, yeah, I guess, but... Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all. Yes, I quite agree. Well, Detective? It's not, well... I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have had no motive. Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired. No, not you two. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. That's... I look forward to your pension negotiations. No! Now, Detective. Let's continue with the testimony. No, not my poor pension, too. Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed. Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir. What about what I was saying? Hello? Anyone? It's for evidence. That's the button. Do you have any proof that the button belonged to the victim? Huh? What do you mean, pal? Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking you if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off of the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Huh? But can't you tell just by looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it. Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterward. Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir. Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. How to reel this one in. Thread. Huh? The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously, and that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button, it's a perfect match.
Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal.
Ugh. That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat. Ripped off his ninja costume. When was this button found?
Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Corda. And then we did a search on them all. That's when we found the button.
So it was almost immediately after the murder. The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people.
Hey, what is he trying to say about me here? The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. Hold on. Yeah. Checking something. Looks good.
How were the fingerprints arranged on the knife?
Huh? What do you mean, pal?
By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand?
Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that.
I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony, Wright? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There's no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder.
The defendant? So is the defendant the owner of this knife, then?
There's no way that this was a premeditated murder, even if he bought the knife.
Sorry, pal, this isn't some pocket knife. And it doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either.
Oh, this is not good. If the prosecution can prove that it was a premeditated murder, we're done for. Phoenix.
Yes?
There's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late. Button covered in the victim's blood, and a knife with on-guard's fingerprints. Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing. We're still in a world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be. Okay, Phoenix?
He definitely just, like, got it from the hotel. For, like, eating food or something.
Would I just use the knife on it? And the fact that it says Gatewater? Maybe. Doesn't seem like any of the rest of this is... Look at it. It's just from the hotel. Wait a second.
What?
So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand.
That's right, pal. The defendant
did not buy this knife. Also, this is like a butter knife. I don't know how much stabbing it's going to do. I mean, I guess that doesn't matter since it was stabbed anyway, but odd choice.
Huh?
Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Huh?
It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle.
Gatewater. I think I've heard that name somewhere before.
That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel.
Uh-oh.
The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There's no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this.
But I didn't... Oh.
The question is, where did this knife come from?
Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corda's room.
Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table.
There's a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from?
If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt on guard. Especially what was on top of his table.
There's
something...
Oh? It's probably a squirrel.
There's something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Onguard's knife was missing. Mr. Onguard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder.
Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction.
It seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it.
A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here.
I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of Your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown. It means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence.
What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well...
Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat.
Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court? Let's see. Something they wouldn't have found. That's not helpful. Doesn't seem useful. I suppose we have to do something. There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I'm giving you one chance, and only one.
What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here.
Let's see, I don't wanna...
If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us.
may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court? What do we need here? I suppose it's like... Alright, what do we need? Let's look at everything. That's not useful. What does it want from me? Something they haven't seen. Maybe the camera? She was supposed to have been hanging out there, but then she said she also wasn't there the whole time. Sorry, Wright, but this time your bluffing steered you wrong. I see nothing strange about this piece of evidence. We don't have it. Wait. I'm a man of my word, Mr. Wright. Okay. That did not work. It's enough. Okay. What were they looking for? I saved at least. Don't try pulling your bluffs. One piece of evidence. Plans? Other plans? No. Just... What is it? What do I need here? Wasn't he still hanging out in costume? Is this useful?
No, it's not. It's not knocked over. There we go. This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. I didn't figure that was it because you could see it. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant for further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say? Well, yes, it is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth. What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion. You don't need my opinion, because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? No, because it's juice from the room. Why would she have that? It's like tomato juice or something. If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. I just might fall for it, if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then... Of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints. There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were one Adrian Andrews. What? Wine glass updated in the court record. Found next to the victim, it's filled with tomato juice, bears Andrews' fingerprints. That is why I said the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? Can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corda. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Now do you see, Mr. Wright? Right. You can't change any parts of my scenario, as it explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I've come to discover. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like to hear the court to hear from. It's my phone, ignore it. Another witness. Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking?
Why are you still wearing that?
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please.
Oof. Gotcha! It's not spelling out.
Oof. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier.
Oh, Edgy boy. It's been, what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy. You should be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet was the wicked witch of the witness stand?
Oh, I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime.
Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know.
Oh, does it actually shoot things? I kind of just figured it just flashed. Shush, I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgy right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps.
Yes, madam. No, please. By all means, interrupt her. Please. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please.
It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with?
The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag?
It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle.
You mean you were a fan of the victim?
Well, look, everyone's crazy over that on guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. Not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. Only interested in a real man, Juan Gorda.
But those two were the same age.
Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night.
Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder.
Train. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. Anyways, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That was when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. He was on guard. Matt on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
So Mr. On Guard came out from the victim's room.
See, it has to be him. He's the murderer.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
What you witnessed.
Pace around the hallway. Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night?
A lobby. I was supposed to have helped set up the stage for that trifling show, but I refused to help. I'll have you know, but I refused to help, I'll have you know. It was for that lead-headed samurai show. I even took out a few of the nails.
Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on.
Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little.
And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door. Something you were interested in? And just what was that?
It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and On. And Edgy Poo, of course.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip. But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to her testimony later. It looks like we should enforce it right now. Did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time?
Oh, then would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Corder's room?
I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am.
Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report.
In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct? That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. Oops.
Who in the world was that?
I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room, he was...
Yes, he was.
I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud.
Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Francisca's whip right about now.
Well, I guess I can tell you since he was such a bad boy anyway.
You saw my client. Are you sure about that?
Yes, eh?
Really?
Annoying brat, when I say I saw someone, I saw that person.
Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Please tell the court about the man's face in more detail.
You don't need me to tell you about his face. That soft, gentle look in his eyes and his effeminate lips. His right eye covered by his silky hair, sparkling, shining teeth.
His teeth were shining.
Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup poster, dearie.
This week's pinup? Why do you... I mean, I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. Please stay with what you saw that night.
What? Vanguard's face is the same no matter where it is. You know, you whippersnapper.
So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? That part's not helpful. I guess it really wasn't that important after all. Mr. Wright, do you know why we say time is valuable? If not, I suggest you learn.
You wasted 3 minutes of this woman's youth. That's more valuable than gold to me.
Why do I suddenly feel old in the presence of her childish whining? She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us, really bad. But that's how the human mind is. It also has the tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? That's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? It's because you're not the one who has to question her.
Oh, I made a peach cobbler yesterday. I meant to make it after I streamed last time, but we were out of milk. It's because you're not the one who had to question her. Also, I have some time tomorrow. I was thinking I'd try streaming something else tomorrow. I want to keep Ace Attorney on the proper schedule. But I was thinking I could try, like, a Minecraft mod pack I've been playing in my own time. I got a setup where I found a decent place to start. So I'm thinking of doing that tomorrow. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. Okay. Clearly we need to ask about something else. So my client... Annoying... I don't know anything about any carrying. Well, unless there was something being carried that we wouldn't have heard about. And there's not a reason the
guitar case would have been brought if it was empty. Without just something that wasn't the guitar. What was the man you saw carrying?
In which hand? His right or his left? Ah, now this is a real mess. I mean, I can't be expected to answer such a vague question.
Indeed. Please be more specific with your question, Mr. Wright. Sorry. What was the man you saw carrying in his right hand?
Ah, he wasn't carrying anything in that hand.
Then how about his left?
Empty. Well, this whole thing's been a lot of nothing.
Is Mr. Wright testimony important or relevant? That's not helpful. I guess it really wasn't that important. Okay, so I guess we'll ask about clothes. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail.
What a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters.
But it does.
Now what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing.
What thing?
That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket.
Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center too.
That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men.
Right. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? Because he doesn't wear that with that. Can't imagine he'd put the jacket on and not have... Oh, come on. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but all right. Witness, please.
Ah, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without a reason, but if I must...
Wearing his flashy racing jacket. Press this. Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket?
What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it.
She's so sure of herself that it's the point of self-absorption. Okay, and that's the same. Yes. Racing jacket. If it was... You probably wouldn't wear your jacket and this thing. They seem to be sort of part of a set. Miss Oldbag.
What? Don't say my name for no reason.
Do you know what this is?
Ah, that's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance.
Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this.
Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Engarde's body during a full-body search.
See? This button proves beyond a shadow of doubt that it was that rascal on guard.
It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants.
See? And on guard there, and on guard is the nickel samurai.
Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Engarde, was wearing his usual racing jacket?
Ah, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress, then maybe you'd think that instead I have to ridiculous outfit, your hideous tape recorder. It's heavy.
So have you, which was CDs, Dream Alive, Kick in the Face. Understand? Take a look in the mirror. Your clothes are interesting, and he's got style. Okay. Now, hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw, in actuality, was not Mr. On Guard, the man, but Mr. On Guard, the Nickel Samurai. But when you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway. Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Haji-poo, don't you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. Alright, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. On guard, on guard. Yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, that's right, it was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Do you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy, thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ah, youngins today. I told you, there's no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so. And what I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Okay. Would you please get on with your testimony? You're doing the interruption. Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me. So you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. What? A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone is he. He's the Nickel Samurai, okay. She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears. I don't know what... Mr. Edgeworth, could you please do something about this racket? Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll just be good and stick to the fact. If you'll be good and stick to just the facts. Okay. You promise, right? Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. Samurai. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago. Let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Uh-huh. What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper? My dream, huh? Well, I, wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of public court. So what? See? Look at where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you? Well, what I said earlier. Who puts weight into things like that? But now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough? Oh, yes. Okay. Whatever. Yes, it would have been convenient. And why would that be? That way, no one could see his face, of course. But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more. You're such an annoying child. You know that? You disagree with everything I say.
Isn't that what you're always doing to me? I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume.
Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at this post-ceremony show?
Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing.
And that included the Jammin' Ninja.
Of course it included him. That's why when on guard came out of Dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought.
I see.
Well, anyway.
So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai.
As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I throw in the towel yet?
You don't need to think too hard on this one. Huh? There's a contradiction in her testimony, and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is what that contradiction means for us.
Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. What is it? It's not the Nickel Samurai.
Yeah, you wouldn't go to a post-ceremony show if you were doing a murder. It'd be pretty obvious that would interrupt it. I'm not sure what would say that. Just the fact that he died in general. But wait, he's dead. There is no show. I'm not quite sure that's probably the general idea, but do I just... That's not right. That statement contradicts this evidence. It doesn't. Well, it sort of does, in the fact that the man is dead, and there's no stage show to go to with him being dead. Not that, though. Maybe it's something else? Unless you want to bring up that he was strangled, but like... that also seems like whatever. Those things are set up to move well, so it's not like he couldn't have done it. I guess he's got that big weird metal arm. It looks like it's probably fine. Wouldn't be hard to wrap your hand around the bandana like that. And he was stabbed, not only strangled. So that's not helpful. It's not like you'd be expected to know that. I guess I can say that, but that doesn't seem super useful. You don't know things. Yeah, no. Let's see. What do you want here? Convenient at all. Oh, the fingerprints on the knife. Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? That's exactly what I'm driving at. What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving? If Mr. Engard was really in the nickel samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right. The nickel samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. Why? And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Now let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the nickel samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? At that point, why would you bring a knife? This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Engard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Take his knife. This knife. This was used by Mr. Engard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corda. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't have been all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order! Order, I say! Order in the court! Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? Framing. It's to frame my client, Mr. On Guard, of course. To frame. Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? But we just established that the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Witness.
Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Ichipu?
Witness, did you or did you not really see the nickel samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but...
Are you saying you mixed up Mr. On Guard with the nickel samurai, his character on TV?
I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the nickel samurai, that's for sure.
She wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then?
That's top secret to anyone outside of security.
I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Wonkorda. Am I correct, witness?
Oh, what you think? You're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? This old bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. It doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Korda. Maybe. Phoenix. Maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. That's what I think Mia's hinting at. It's certainly possible. This old bag. You were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Hello. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. On Guard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. This is... I see. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. And this manager, with the initials AA, is saying it's Adrian Andrews. Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well.
Looks like you found me out. Oh, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then.
Witness? What in the world are you... Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling.
I've got some information. It's very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course.
But what for?
Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide.
What's that noise? I think it's a dog.
I see. Very well then, witness, please testify about this secret information.
Get ready. This is gonna take the wind out of you young'uns.
I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old.
That On Guard is one evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay?
The defendant sent his manager. What a distasteful topic for this court.
What? Nobody's above gossip. Isn't there a saying? The truth is never pleasant.
Never heard that one before. Mr. and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will toward the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now.
That's right. On guard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth.
Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone.
What?
Secret information. Complaining. You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander.
That's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager of the Stars, Miss A.A.
But the name of the magazine that this came from is Gossipland.
What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? Suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip.
Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright.
Discriminate? Would I do anything like that? Anyway, On Guard will never get me to say touche.
A scandal? What do you mean by that?
You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? Can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days?
No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much.
Well, that On Guard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity.
You don't have any proof that Mr. On Guard did any such thing.
You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing the truth. Now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right.
You're right. I can't do anything, but boy, do I wish I could do something about you.
Alright then, Sonny, show me what you got. Can you show me proof that On Guard didn't bear any ill will toward Juan? Can I? Not really. Don't think I have any proof for that.
I don't have anything to offer.
See, just as I thought. You were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You're just giving me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy.
Me and my big mouth.
That's the way the cookie crumbles. For you, anyway.
So what do you mean by I took action?
Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson. Something you young'uns need.
You're going to teach her a good lesson?
I was going to make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this.
No, stop.
Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night. Top secret.
Wait.
What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with kids is over.
Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information?
Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drill a hole into my brain, you'll never find out.
How in the world did that old bag get such a secret piece of information? If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got the secret information, you won't get to go home today.
The Edgy Pro, what are you doing? Help me.
What do I have to do with this?
Just do this for me. You'll get your reward. I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head. And he lectures me on reckless blabbering. As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning. Where did Old Bag get her inside information? There must be something I can use to figure it out. Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way. Well, I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary just now. There has to be something we can catch her on. Yeah, and when I find it, I'm going to press the heck out of it. I was asking to prove that he didn't have any ill will, which seems difficult to prove. So presumably you're supposed to do this one. It's top secret. Secret information. Secret piece of information. Oh. So no one else is supposed to know the secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that. Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? Stole the camera. The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh, yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing. On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No, I said impressions. Then... everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless. That's it. That's the note. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Low car down the alley. And you are the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm just a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper, she's working with that evil on guard. She said so herself. On guard, I'm a sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. Just only checking what she had written. You should give her her camera back, or actually give it to us. Maybe she took a picture of something relevant. That's sheepo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? No, we need to get the camera back. I let up on her now. She'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness. You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen to me more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all.
You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it.
Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again?
Miss Oldbag, I don't believe that note is the only thing you stole that night.
Look at the camera again. It's gone. Where is it? Give it.
Miss Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it?
A camera?
Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me.
Why, witness. What is it, Gramps?
If you have the note, then it's only logical that you have the camera, too.
Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for?
That's...
What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? Still at meals like you, I fall in love and borrow things from people.
I think your definition of borrow is a little off.
I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of picture she'd taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. Can we see the pictures? Do they need developed? Do you have a digital camera? Oops. That didn't mess that up, did it? No, it's fine.
Bailiff! Check this camera's photos. Hurry. We must examine them at once.
Yay.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There is only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai.
See, I told you, this is the guy. That's the guy I saw.
This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. Lotta's photo added to the court record, picture taken in the hallway right after the murder.
Right after, okay.
What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Engard clearly stated that, at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. How did he get... Oh wait, maybe he ate before the show, the ceremony. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We've examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright. This court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, there's something. Where are all the bears? There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by.
Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Oh, then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? What am I supposed to point at? There's a lot of things here. I mean, she would have been in front of the door to the room. Don't know how long she was sitting there, though. Outfit looks fine. Yeah. I mean, there's just no bears here. There were like a million bears here. I only see one. Here-ish. There should be bears here. The strange thing is somewhere around here, I think. Somewhere. Around here. I think. Am I seeing something you all are not? Looks like there was no problem with this photo after all. The problem was with the brain of that lawyer, Your Honor. The bears. Wait. You are the one who let your last chance fly away from you, Mr. Wright. The bears. It's enough. The bears. I have to redo pieces. That's annoying. Court. Also where she was sitting, but there's no way to point at the camera. Yeah, yes. Look at the knife. Skip all this text until I get back to it. Shut up. Knife, fingerprints, blah 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 blah. Really, all this is telling me I should save more often, but once I got there was no thing I could do to do that. Any problems with the theory? Contradiction. Contradicts the knife again. Look at the knife. Look at the knife. You said knife. Look at it. Other things. Timing. You saw the next samurai. Please get back to where I was. What's wrong, guard? Saw the nickel samurai costume. Wasn't waiting. Okay. Drive me insane. That's nice. Secret information. That's nice. Anyway. I don't know, while I do this. Oh wait, no. I was supposed to press and then there's a prompt in that. That's right, don't just say things. Da, da, da. What was I saying? I have to pay attention to the actual words there a bit to make sure I'm not, like, off. Yes, stuff. You just take a paper, that's wrong. Also, you have the camera. How dare you? And then once I get closer to where I was, I'm going to save again. The camera. Have the camera, develop the picture. Okay, and then we'll save here. Okay. Now what else is weird about the picture? Yeah, if it looks fine. I wasn't able to present evidence. I do have a map. To get that angle, she'd have to be around here-ish. But that's not really something I can point out by clicking on the picture. Unless you want to show me point at the doors to say that she's at the other angle. That'd be weird though. Told you. It's not prove it's the defendant. It has the problems we had before with that concept, like the gloves or whatever. This photo really is decisive evidence and we're done for. If I raise an objection here and blow it, then it would put Maya's life in jeopardy. Let's just not have to do more text. I don't want to deal with it. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, there's... There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Bunk with buster bunker bust. Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. Can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. Then it's like, what do I point at? The door? The door. The wall? What are you doing here? What is this? Where was she? This is just cut off like this? What is that? Strange things somewhere around here. Okay, no. Look. Do you want me to point at the wall? What, something's blocking it? Do you want... There's many strange things, but I don't know how to point at them in an image. Unless you want me to... What is this? Somewhere... Okay. There's many things, but what am I meant to be pointing at? What do you want? What happens if I say there's nothing strange with it? There's nothing strange with this photo. I've done nothing to alter this picture either, in case you're wondering, right? We'll see, and it seems the defense will rest on this matter. In that case, there's no reason to further prolong this trial. Is this really alright with you, Phoenix? Well, there's nothing wrong with this photo that I can point. Try again. Take another good look at it. If you still don't see anything, do something, anything to prolong the trial. Yes, Chief. I thought I could maybe show them the map and point out the location better. Wait, Your Honor. What is it, Mr. Wright? About to enter my verdict. Please address me with your comment afterwards. No, I'm sorry, but this can't wait. Oh, let me guess. You're going to try to point out some peculiarity with this photo. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? There's something strange with this photo. Okay, that's just extra dialogue. Costume looks fine and normal. You didn't care about the door over there to point out where the sitting had been. I didn't care when I pointed down toward the door. The floor looks normal. The outfit looks fine. I can't look at my evidence to make comparisons. Look at this bear. There were a bunch of them. That's okay. What do you want? Looking at the image. Is there a cut off in the corner there? What's happening? What is this? That's odd. Also have a map. The door would open like that, so that matches up with the... I don't know how to point out the location she'd be taking the photo from very well. What do you want from me? Point at things. Point at something. Anything. What do you want? Yeah, that's not very visible from here. It'd be weird to have the problem from the corner where the bar is, honestly. So that's probably not it, whatever's going on there. What do you want from me? The floor looks normal. The position is weird, but like, there's no clear way to indicate that. This guy's facing the correct direction. Look at man. It's this person here, of course. You mean the Nickel Samurai? What's wrong with that? At the time of the murder, Mr. On Guard was in his own room. Which means this Nickel's... If you think that's all it takes, you should reconsider your choice of occupation. I think it's about time you retired. It looks like there was no problems with this photo after all. The problem's with the brain of that lawyer, Your Honor. But wait! You are the one who let your last chance fly away from you, Mr. Wright. Okay, so... What do you... The place. The door. How do I point at the door that's behind it? What do you want from me? What on earth could you possibly be indicating? Flowers look normal. You won't let me show evidence. You won't let me show you the map. Say the door. What do you want from me? The door looks normal. There's not so many bears, but I tried pointing at that, and you did not care. There's a weird thing in this corridor, but it's mostly blocked by the UI, so that probably shouldn't be it. Was there anything on the door? No. And it would have opened like that. That's fine. What do you want from me? What are you talking about? Door. Somewhere around here, I think, no. Okay. Whatever. I'm going to look at... What do we have? Surely we have something. Look at you. You look normal. Fine and normal. Actually. Are those pants too long on that person? They're probably not meant to drag the ground, are they? Anyway. Best guess I have, whoever this is short. Shorter than this guy, anyway. No one has, like, heights, so... Look at how it's dragging the ground. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles. If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costumed person in this photo could not have been Mr. On Guard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate with actual facts. That is... Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all. Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt on Guard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. I figured it would come to this. What? Right, I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt on Guard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah. Why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? Adrian Andrews. If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short, and she can freely move in and out of Mr. On Guard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. On Guard that night. And how does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. On Guard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as the murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, Wright? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corda. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order! 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 It looks like this trial has hit in a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day. If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya... Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. But what am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the case. Now then. Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today. I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she's not. I have horror waiting. I have horror waiting, wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth. Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Mrs. Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on.
What? What?
What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Shouldn't the judge have, like, read the planned witness list beforehand or something? Did they have those? Everything was planned out in advance by that man. Somehow, I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Save progress, yes. Let's see. 9:17. In which case, I should go feed the dog. Because the timer's gonna go off soon. So I will get up, I will feed the dog, refill my water. I'll also feed the cats. I'll be back shortly. I thought I turned that on. I'm going to feed the animals.
Close my eyes and feel I see what I gotta do. Open your heart, it's gonna be alright. Yes, eat your food, kitty. I've returned. Creatures have food. Turn that off. Return to the game. March 22nd, 2:14 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian, no way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Was there just like another set of another outfit? Just like a backup? Because she was the one who came to wake me up. Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corda. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it was Juan Corda, the victim of the murder. That's why I think Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corda. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Matter stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impacts. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Check something. Just trying to see if that attempt to redo the last stream is working. Because it didn't go through onto my YouTube last time. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna have to download it onto my computer, see what I can do about... Ollie Paul, what are you doing? Knocking things over, causing problems. March 22nd, 2:25 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. Prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Juan Corda's room. What is your occupation? Oh no, how was her voice? It was quick, but what else? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt on guard. I see. Now then, before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure. What is it? I'm sure that everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gospland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corda. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. And I found the body. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. And then you didn't drink it. You poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime, and I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing. She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let off on your defense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? And what was Mr. On Guard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. On Guard did say he was taking a nap. And I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? What are you? Right, I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. On Guard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. After that, I went to Juan's room. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? That's about the dog food, but I did that. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon? What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? Perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at that time. I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? There was his dead body. Oops.
You were in shock. What? Wasn't I supposed to be? Sanders is a very calculating person. Despite how close they were, I doubt she had any romantic feelings for Mr. Korda. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. You can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too. Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Juice. Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of one Korda, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. My mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that as you said, you made a mistake. I'm convinced that as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards. It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you... Let me drink water. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. Someone knocked over the flower vase where it fell onto the guitar case. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take one's pulse, so I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser. And that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. It's odd, I thought she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. Doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence. I have to find something. I just have to, for Maya's sake. Okay, then the guitar case. You say it was closed, but it's only the top was wet. Look at it. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct?
Yes.
And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case?
Is there some problem with what I said?
It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what's wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. Well, they should also be outside, probably. They should be in both places.
What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time and the vase was knocked over? Is that all?
No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case.
But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all.
That may very well be, however.
The empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It just has something else in it.
It seems there's no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle.
I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either.
Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal, though, right? The case was empty, after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
It doesn't have fingerprints on it, so you must have opened it with preparation for that. It looks like this really wasn't a very important point.
This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting.
Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination.
Using any way to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man.
Yeah. Remember... During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind?
Well, you see...
Are you sure that you were the one who opened the guitar case?
She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not.
Sounds like her dependent side is taking over. Well, Miss Andrews?
Yes, it was me. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I'd knocked the vase over.
So you opened the guitar case then?
Yes, well, maybe.
Why did you open the guitar case?
Uh-huh.
Mr. Corda's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case.
As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But, getting back on topic. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty, after all.
Was it really empty?
Hmm?
I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. You know the guitar wasn't in there.
How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention.
Just pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry.
That's why I opened the case, even I don't know.
Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body?
Yes, that's probably it.
I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. Guess I should give it a try.
Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now.
I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance.
Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with. I'm sure the weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found.
The fingerprints on the case. Whoops. Bears Corda's fingerprints, only his. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case.
Why would you say that?
It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. What is it, Miss Andrews?
You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case.
What do you mean?
What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time?
Gloves? Why would you be wearing gloves at the time?
It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime.
We didn't get a picture.
You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange?
Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time?
I have your proof right here. This wine glass.
The wine glass.
You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Your glasses exploded. Then you put new ones on. Okay. Order! Order! Order!
Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time.
What do you mean?
I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here.
But it's just an empty case. Other things can go in it. It doesn't have to hold guitar.
Wonder if it really was empty, though.
But the guitar, the bright red guitar was at the studio.
Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case? What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar.
You don't mean it was bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case, Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. But has he ever been wrong about these things? Just in general? Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure that this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you are so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why the guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't mean to suggest that a bright black... So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, Wright? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? I mean, if there had to be something, maybe the suicide note? And why would something like that be inside a guitar case? Let alone this one. Why, Mr. Wright? Why? Well, I just thought it might have been possible. Okay, I didn't mean that object. I meant the thing it was talking about. I have a suggestion. Why don't you put that void... Why don't you put that in the void where your brain is supposed to be? Yes, and never bring it out again. Can't a foolishly foolish fool get small? You still think you can prove your theory? Okay. You don't need that. What was in the case? An actual physical thing that would have been in there? You wouldn't have that. No reason for that. No. It's not useful. No. This didn't help. That's not anything. What do you mean, what was in there? The thing I tried to show you didn't work because you thought I wanted the actual object I was showing you instead of what it was referring to. There's no reason for any of these things to have been in there.
What? None of these make any sense to have been in there. Only the thing I was trying to point at, which didn't work. Unless I point at it by showing a person, that'd be weird. Why would something like that be inside a guitar case? Okay, let me just... Not right now, actually. Wait until that. Let's say something. What was inside the case? It's not this. It's not this. There's no reason for a photo to be in there or for it to matter. And there's no reason for this. This is not it. This was somewhere else. There's no reason to have this magazine in there. There's a map. That doesn't help anything. There's a case. I don't see why you'd have the wine glass in there. That's just a photo. That wouldn't be there. I tried using that to point at the thing, it didn't work. I don't think that would be there. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. None of these make sense. It's not really a good reason to point to a person outside of trying to indicate something about the person, which didn't work. Could you have had something like this? Trying to blackmail her or something? Meanwhile, she was trying to, like, get information out of you and then also murder you. That's not it. What do you want from me? Like, what was inside the case? There's no reason for any of these to be inside the case aside from the thing I'm trying to point at, which... You want this? You don't. I'm going to go insane. What are you trying to indicate to me? I don't have anything there. That's not it. for this? No, that's not what they were going for. What do you want from me? A confession? No. What do you want from me? This is not for the best, functions. There's no reason for that to be there. No, no. What are you talking about? How many things can I shove at you before something happens? Look at the case. Okay, clearly I'm missing something. What I was trying to indicate was that perhaps the missing suicide note would be in there, but when I tried to show the autopsy report, it didn't work. Or not the autopsy, the note report, whatever it was. It didn't work. I tried to show the dead lady. It didn't work. That's not how to indicate that. No, shouldn't be any point in showing more people because there's no reason that would work. It didn't work to point out this. It must be going for something else. What am I missing? Don't say something I didn't intend to prove. What was in the case? It wouldn't be this. This is not in the case. This is not in the case. No. Neither of these work to indicate what I was trying to sell you. You just decided I meant this item. It's like, no. The button, there's no reason for that to be in there. He was already wearing it. This wouldn't be in there. There's nothing in here to indicate what it would have been. Not the wine glass. Well, the case itself. You wouldn't have the guitar. It wasn't this. You didn't have that. Someone else did. This is something else. Unless you had this, that'd be dumb. There's no reason you would have this. And you don't need a picture of the Nickel Samurai. I tried that. You don't have this thing, do you? No. What on earth is it asking me for? Prove the guitar case was not empty at the time of the murder. A person wouldn't fit in there. That wouldn't make sense. It's on bad terms. None of those make sense. That doesn't help. That was somewhere else. That doesn't help. I tried that. It did not point to what I wanted. Nor did that. He was wearing the clothes, so that doesn't work. This is nothing. This is an image. This didn't work. That's the case itself. A map. I tried that, it didn't work.
You didn't have that. That was somewhere else. That wasn't it. This wasn't it. You don't need this. Do I have what it's asking for? I mean, I have to. I can't not. That's not how the game works. She's not in the case. That doesn't make sense. People aren't in cases. People do not go in guitar cases. You don't have my badge. You don't have this thing. You don't need a picture. This doesn't help. This wasn't it, and also you don't need that. You don't have that. This is somewhere else. You didn't have that. This is a map. This is the case itself. This wasn't in there. This is the crime photo. We don't need this. I haven't said button yet. Look at it. It's not going to be correct. What do you want from me? Have I not shown everything that could possibly be relevant? What am I missing here? What was in the case? I was trying to indicate the missing suicide note with this, but it didn't work. You wouldn't have this photo. That doesn't make sense. You wouldn't have the knife. You don't have this. I tried both of these to indicate another thing, but they didn't work. You don't have this. You can't have this. It wasn't this. It's not the case itself. What are you asking of me? A person doesn't go in a case. That doesn't make sense. I tried using her to indicate that anyway, and it didn't work. What else would have been in there? Okay, focus. If he needed to bring something, and what would he have brought? Why? He specifically did not bring his guitar case in order to bring his guitar, in order to bring this. It must have taken up too much space to fit in there with it. I think there's usually space in guitar cases for at least a little bit of paper, so you can bring along music scores and whatever. So it must have been something bigger, bulkier. I already tried this wine glass. You brought thinking maybe you brought the tomato juice for some reason, but it didn't work. There's no reason you would have done that. You didn't have the transceiver, or whatever that is. You wouldn't have the camera. The rest of these are flat objects. What am I missing here? I definitely showed this, right? I didn't hit the wrong thing. What is happening? Is this something where I'm supposed to run out of things? Sometimes those happen. I feel like there'd be a better indication, but there wasn't really in the first game. Or whatever, but... And you'd think there'd be, like, some sort of change in the dialogue or something if that were the case. You don't need a photo. That wouldn't take space. This wasn't it. Also, that's something else. You don't have that. It wasn't it. This was somewhere else. This is a paper you didn't have. This is a map you don't need. This is the case itself. I tried this. It didn't work. This is the crime photo. It wasn't this. It's not this. It's not this. This is not it. Gatewater. You don't have the knife that killed, well, that stabbed you. You were dead already, but whatever. You don't have that. None of these make sense. Did you take off with her camera somehow and then she got it? No, you didn't, because that's incomprehensible. I'm going to just keep going and not reload and see if it's something where I'm just supposed to suffer. Like, that seems unlikely, but I've run out of concepts. Look at this photograph. What? Why is it that? That's dumb. What are you talking? Oh wait, a second costume. Is that what you're getting at? I guess you would have had to get that somewhere, huh? Let's do that then. Fix up my score. Oh. That's right, oh, look at this. This is a photograph. That probably took way too long. Ugh. Actually, when did I make that save? Yikes. Yikes, that's like way too long. This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what's in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture. It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. Oh, I see, and that's what the confession thing was about. I'm gonna have that guy come out on stage in the costume and say, I don't know, something dumb, I guess. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order! Order! Looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later.
So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume.
Well, wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nicholas Samurai's costume would have been Matt on guards. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places.
True, that is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this Nicholas Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? I mean, I suppose it would have had to have been stolen since he doesn't work there. I think it may have been stolen from Mr. On Guard. Stolen? But why would someone do such a thing? Maybe the thief wanted to interfere with the post-ceremony stage show. And so, if he didn't have his costume, then Mr. On Guard would be forced to go naked.
That's not what I'm talking about. Phoenix, listen to me. Focus. He had another one. There was a spare costume, but he stole the spare costume. For purposes. Focus. Maybe you should be stripped naked and run out for making a mockery of this court. Excuse me. Mr. Matt On Guard did not take his costume off after the award ceremony. He even testified that he took a nap while still wearing his costume. Is this not correct? Yeah, he did say something like that, didn't he? You dummy. That's not what I meant.
That's what I thought. Let's try that one more time, shall we, Mr. Wright?
It can be both of these things. He doesn't work there, so where would he have gotten it?
Mr. On Guard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one.
That was stolen. You're driving me nuts.
What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I'm saying. How do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought the spare to the ceremony on purpose.
And where did he get it before that? He stole it. That's so dumb.
But why? The victim, Mr. Korda, was the gemin ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act?
And therein lies a sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? You've just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue.
No, Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. And then answer with gusto. I believe you.
I just don't want to have to reload a bunch of stuff. That'd be annoying.
Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought this Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was this. Sounds simple.
What is this?
On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
A press conference?
Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. On Guard himself said he had no idea what was supposed
he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Wong Korda himself. The victim? Yes. The spare nickel samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Korda was going to hold the press conference as the nickel samurai. He was going to dress up as the nickel samurai and hold a conference. But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The nickel samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Wong Korda, posing as the nickel samurai, was going to speak about Matt on guard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Miss Andrews, I can see why you're pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You. Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And do you know what the secret of Mr. Onguard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone. That's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. Onguard, rather speaking. And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan, no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. It does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need three things. Three things. A motive, an opportunity to commit crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these three things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. I continue now. That had to go on, no matter what. So would you say this need came from the press conference?
Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference?
Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Mad on Guard. And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume.
But I'm sure Mr. On Guard himself didn't know anything about the press conference.
Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference?
Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please.
Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right.
Has Mr. On Guard done something to hurt or betray you personally?
Why do you ask?
You were the one who helped Mr. Corda with his press conference, and that event was supposed to bring down Mr. On Guard, yet you still helped out.
The person on trial right now is Mr. On Guard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself?
But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. On Guard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. On Guard?
I'm not telling you anything of the sort. Oh, what's that noise? It is the bus. Very squeaky. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however.
The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife.
You could hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage.
Then, what about the button?
The button?
It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
You're talking about this button, correct?
The button was found in the pleats of Matsukama, isn't that correct? I would think that that makes it very decisive evidence.
Ugh. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing.
Please fix your testimony.
I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes.
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
Button was torn off.
And how do you know that?
When the ends of the threads of the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too.
But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail?
Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not. I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what?
But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time.
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it?
This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. On Guard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Corda planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Guard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will toward the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright wax philosophical power hour. And please stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy. Oh, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. Is there anything I can say about that? Not really. Didn't have an alibi. Oh, it's got blood on it. Nope, that was the wrong button. I don't need that. I don't have to hear more about it. There's blood on it. Look at the blood. The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. That doesn't... What do you mean? What do you mean? The blood! Look at it! The blood from the stab! It happened after the death. What do you mean? That's definitely the problem. Is it the order of events? Is that what you want? I'm going to save. Order of events. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it's impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Order! Order! What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? And we now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. On Guard. There's no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. On Guard was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? We pointed this out earlier.
Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. On Guard, is... Miss Adrienne Andrews. I choose you. You are Mr. Corda's killer. But what? Order, order, order! Mr. Wright. It's a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. Oh, how preposterous. You can stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? And what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, naturally. The knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only have been taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. How many pairs of glasses do you have? The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled from the crime scene. Now, who could have known there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrienne Andrews. No. No way. But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. Yeah, but if you're, like, planning ahead, you could just, like, use a handkerchief or something. Or, like, a napkin, whatever you happen to have around. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. Also, I guess you could have used, like, the backs of your knuckles to just pull up those little clasps. That's not difficult. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there's this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews. I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews.
The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination, by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves.
What?
Did all the previous people just not know about that?
Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot.
Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Strongguard's room.
Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? All right.
That's it. And that's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad.
You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done.
Something I haven't done.
What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence?
What is so humorous? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sure that you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer has proven up to this point is meaningless.
What?
Everything you have proven is circumstantial.
Circumstantial?
Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof.
Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to kill Mr. Corda. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corda?
I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence.
No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do?
Somehow, you've landed in the worst possible situation.
I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true! In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Recess. Request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial...
Tomorrow... We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get an opt for a guilty verdict today, then...
Please, wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial... Please continue the trial.
What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he?
That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
It is not impossible for this trial to continue.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you...
It is true that Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to what she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony.
Yes, that is very true, but...
Actually, there's one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice.
Yes, and?
I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they're shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. My actions were unusual, but before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. To testify? Your Honor, I would like to request the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't seem to get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know.
Court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. I will continue on with this, but first, I need to use the bathroom. Be back in just a minute. I've turned... Returned. Now we'll see this testimony. When I found the body. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. Sitting in the corner. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
I'm gonna save.
But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right?
Of course not.
Then who did you pour it for?
Mr. Wright, there is a rhyme and a reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Surprised. So, it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Corda?
I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then, what did you see next, witness?
The corner. Slumped over.
Yes, he was just sitting there, with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd?
Yeah. That's a map. That's not what we need. There's like a knife in his chest. Then what did cross your mind?
I thought that maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. And then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought.
I see. So you didn't think he was dead at all.
To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice.
You thought he fainted?
I thought he was asleep at first. But then the room was in such a messy state. I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when he went to pour the glass of juice. Yes, he always had a hard time waking up. So Juan always had a glass of tomato juice to drink.
I see. And after that, what happened next?
When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
And how did you come to realize that he was, in fact, dead?
I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser, tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backwards and knocked the flower vase over. So that's what happened. Yes. This is what it all comes down to. This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh? Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time?
I would neither call that a corner nor not visibly dead. There's a knife in his chest. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm gonna have to reload anyway, so I'm just not gonna do that.
Sitting slumped over and tired looking.
There's a knife in his chest.
Slumped over, sitting there, head tilted forward, eyes closed.
Do you want the knife? Look at this knife. Knife in his chest. With a knife in his chest. Okay, clearly that's not what it wants to get at. Okay. Solid and messy, right? Sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. What was that noise? It didn't cross your mind. Thought he fainted. Slumped over. Sitting there, head tilted forward, eyes closed. In a chair. Is it just me or that right there sounded a little odd? What do you want? So I'm sitting like that. Thought he stood and crossed my mind. Thought he fainted. Da, da, da. What do you want? What did smash everything up because he lost? Take a nap in the chair. I'm bored and tired looking.
Oh, okay, what do we need? The press seemed to indicate this was a suspicious statement. It does stand out. Like, I would not say that that place he was in was the corner. I would say that's a chair. Pretty middle of the wall there. Over. Head tilted forward, eyes closed. Which does match up to this, but there's a knife in his chest. Look at this knife. Look at the knife in his chest. It's very visible. What are you talking about? No. This map doesn't help anything. What am I looking for here? The knife. There's a knife in his chest. That's not what they want. Clearly it's not about that. What is the problem? And for yourself, the room was a mess. Slumped over in the corner, indicated as suspicious. So I'm sitting like that. Thought didn't cross my mind. Thought he fainted, went to pour him some juice. Thought he fainted. Sleep at first. The room was in such a messy state. Got in a fight with someone. That's when he went to pour the glass of juice. I just had a hard time waking up. I just had a glass of tomato juice to drink. Focus, focus. Realized he was dead. That's when I knocked the flower vase over. That's... We covered this already. How did you come to realize he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over, never got a response. Set the glass down on the dresser, tried to take his pulse. Shocked and staggered backwards. There's a knife in his chest. How's that not the first thing you're seeing? What are you talking about? Knocked the flower vase over, so that's what happened. Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now's our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Is that a bit harsh? Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? There's a knife in his chest. That doesn't seem to be what it wants, for some reason. But like... What am I looking for? Focus. This is the part that was indicated as suspicious. Slumped over and tired looking in the corner. I would not call the chair he was sitting in a corner, but it's not clear that that's what is meant. The rest of the statement seems to indicate that she does mean the chairs where interactions happened. That's not helpful. Do you want to look at this map? Explain to me on the map. No, you don't. Da, da, da. What do you want from me? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Da, da, da. Flowers, juice. Da, 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 Is there something wrong? There must be. There has to be something. But what is it asking for? Ignore the knife. That's clearly not what it wants. Otherwise it would have worked by now. Car. What do you want from me? Da, da, da. Let's see. Knife in his chest isn't what it's asking about. Despite that being the most obvious thing on the planet. Look, there's a knife. There's a knife. It's in his chest. How could you not see it? Okay, focus. A glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. Fine. Normal statement. Surprised when I walked into the room, saw it messy. Normal statement. He was sitting slumped over, tired looking in the corner. I wouldn't call that a corner, but whatever. Saw him sitting like that, thought he's dead, didn't cross my mind. Missed the knife, somehow. Thought he fainted. Didn't see knife. And to pour him some juice. Realized he was dead, so I knocked the floor base over. Is that odd? No. That seems normal. Aside from the thing we covered, but you already said. Focus. What's going on? What's the problem here? He doesn't care about the knife in his chest. Are you sure you don't care about the knife in his chest? The knife in his chest! You don't. Why? What am I missing? What's happening? What do we need? Don't for yourself. Room's mess. It's a mess. You sure it wasn't messy? It was a fight. You need evidence. Don't just say things. Sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Slumped over. He was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. Why'd it bother me? There's a knife in his chest. Really looked like he was sleeping. Sound odd. Okay. Let's focus. This is clearly indicated as the suspicious statement that one should press against. You don't care about the knife. You don't care about the knife. The only thing I can think to point out. What else is there? Sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. He was stabbed. What? Lollipop, is that you? There's some children outside yelling. Please don't yell outside. What are you doing? Not sure what that's about. There's a knife in his chest. This is not what it wants. I don't know what it wants. I'm losing my mind. What am I missing? What am I missing? I've been doing this for too long. This is taking too long. So it was a mess. He was sitting in the corner. You don't need this. You don't need this. I'm overtired looking in the corner. That doesn't help. Those aren't helpful. Indicated as the suspicious statement. Doesn't help. Doesn't help. Unless you want to say he needs to be awake and ready, but that would have been after that, so whatever. Not helpful. Doesn't help. Doesn't help. No. 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 I tried that. That didn't help. That's not it. That's not helpful. What am I missing here? Eyes closed. Head lean forward. Slumped over. Sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. Right. Really looked like he was sleeping. Sounded a little odd. It does, because there's a knife in his chest. And if you could see his eyes were closed, you should have seen a knife. A knife in his chest. What am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? I'm going to lose my mind. I can't sit here forever. I have to do something. What if this button? No. I'm going to lose my mind. You don't need the foot. That doesn't help. It doesn't help. I tried this already. It didn't work. I think I tried this. It didn't work. These aren't helpful. Are they? Not really.
Didn't work. Didn't work. Not helpful. Not helpful. Oh, it's yelling outside. Children. I'm going to lose my mind. I wanted to finish this today. Map of the Gatewater Hotel around the crime scene. That didn't help. This is useless. This doesn't help. This doesn't help. This? You should have been awake. No. What do you want from me? Am I on the wrong statement? It was indicated as suspicious in the dialogue. This is probably not entertaining in any way whatsoever. Maybe I've been doing this for too long and I'm just like tired and not focusing on it right or something, I don't know. Stretch my leg. Okay, focus. I'm overtired. Just run through, press everything again. There wasn't anyone else in the room. No. Who to report for? Just continue on. Have some patience. Fully unhelpful. Solid mess. Accusation. Don't make accusation without evidence. Slumped over. Sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. Sounds fine and normal. Really looked like he was sleeping, aside from the part where there's a knife in his chest. But it doesn't seem like that's what it wants me to point out because I've tried very hard. Just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Really looked like he was sleeping. I saw him sitting like that, thought he was dead, didn't cross my mind. What did cross your mind? Maybe he smashed everything up in anger, lost my pre, decided to take a nap. That's what I thought. Everyone's cars are so loud. Didn't think he was dead. Thought he fainted, wanted juice. Thought he was asleep. His room was a mess. Maybe got in a fight with someone. Those already don't agree, but I can't like use your two different press statements against each other. This isn't Danganronpa. And he went to pour a glass of juice. Always had a hard time waking up. What happened next? The train. It's dead. You have to fly. Train. How did you come to realize he was in fact dead? Shook him, never got a response. Set the glass down, tried to take his pulse. There's a knife in his chest this whole time. Didn't notice it. Shocked, staggered backwards. Knocked the flower vase over. What am I missing? What am I missing? This is what it all comes down to. This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh? Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? What am I missing here? What am I missing? What am I missing? Things don't change after I press, but let's try it anyway. What am I missing? Actually, let me look at something. Oh. No, that's not it. This is bad. I've been here too long. This is bad. Didn't really pour it for myself. Surprised. Saw the room in a mess. No one was sitting slumped over tired looking in the corner. Indicated as suspicious. Indicated as suspicious. Not helpful. Knife. Look at the knife. There was a knife in his chest. Thought he was dead didn't cross my mind. There's a knife. He was stabbed. Thought he fainted. Went to pour him juice. Look at this knife. I'm losing my mind. There's a whole knife in his chest. You don't care. It's not something I'm supposed to... Like, I'm not... Right, this isn't... It's not... What am I missing here? What am I missing? What am I missing? Focus. What am I missing? Statement was suspicious. I'm going to scream. Statement was deemed suspicious. That's not helpful. Do you want to hear about... No, that wouldn't be it, because you just said that it's fine. I'm missing something. What is it? Oh, I hate this. Hold on, please don't. Okay. This doesn't help. This doesn't help. This won't help. Not helpful. Not helpful. No. 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 Not this. Not this. This didn't work. This didn't help. This wouldn't be it.
Neither of these work. I don't have to just shove everything at you, do I? I really don't want to do that. I'm just going to scream. What am I missing here? I've been here too long. I'm tired. I don't want to... Ugh. I've been here forever. I hate this. Was stabbed. There's a whole knife in his chest. It can't be that. I have like 3 different pieces to try to indicate that. It can't be that. Whatever. What if it's a different statement? Saw him, didn't think he was dead. Thought he fainted. I don't know what else it could be. What else is wrong with the statement? Reality. You murdered him. You left. You went to wake up, what's his name? Stuck the thing in his pants to get him caught. And then you went back over there and discovered the body. Your statement. You didn't do that. Someone else did it. Your claim is that it was the other guy. That you just walked in. Is there anything wrong with that? The costume. No reconciling that, I don't think. It's also not helpful. This doesn't help. I'm going to lose my mind. No, Phoenix, I'm busy. The dog is ringing the doorbell. He is also named Phoenix. I'm going to lose my mind. I don't want to cheat. I don't want to look it up, but also... surprised saw the mess. Sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Indicated a suspicious statement. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? Normal image. Normal image. Unrelated. This. Something else. Didn't work. Unrelated. Unrelated. Not helpful. Right. There's no point to this. That wouldn't help. I'm going to... I don't know. I'm losing my mind. I shouldn't have been here this long. I'm going to go insane. I'm going to just start shoving every evidence at you until something works. I'm losing my mind. What am I missing here? The only thing I can think of is there's a knife in his chest. There's just a whole knife there. Look at this picture. Shoving evidence at people until something works is one thing in the... But I'm clearly missing something. Look at this knife! It was in his chest! I'm losing my mind. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? At this point, shoving every piece of evidence onto the statement is going to be exactly the same as me looking up the answer. I don't want to do that. I shouldn't do that. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm losing my mind. What do you want from me? I shouldn't do that. That's an unfortunate noise. I'm going to scream. I just want to stop. I just want to stop. I shouldn't have been here this long. It's not like I can come back next time, because it'll end. The chapter will simply end relatively quickly if I can just get this sorted. These aren't it. These aren't helpful. I'm losing my mind. I hate this. What am I missing? I'm clearly missing something. I give up. I'm going to find it. I'm just going to just fix it.
And what did cross your mind? Smashed everything up. Take a nap. I realized he was dead. Shocked, stacked backwards. Knock the flower vase over. What am I? It's an absolute end for both sides. Putting your guard down. What am I missing here? I've pulled up a thing. And the crime. And it's not helpful. This isn't helping. Am I missing something? I'm going to scream. I need to just stop. What am I missing here? What am I missing? What am I missing? I'm going to scream. I don't want that. I want you to... I don't know, I'm just going to find something because I'm losing my mind. I've clearly missed something. I'm losing my mind. I just... This is the worst. This is the worst. top of that. I can't. Okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean? This can't be right. That cannot be right. I did that already. I swear I did that. I'm going to scream. I'm going to scream. You know what would be helpful? It'd be helpful. Check marks. Check marks. Telling you tried something, I guess that wouldn't help if you're reloading. Still, I could have sworn I did that. I'm going to scream. The moment this thing pops up a save prompt, I'm leaving. Okay. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. What is the meaning of this? I tried to point this out 200 million times. You need to have maybe more than one acceptance of, look at the knife! Look at the knife! I'm going to... how long was that? I'm going to have to do something when I get it onto YouTube. If that other thing's even working yet. Or if it's still broken. Who knows? Who knows? I'm going to lose my mind. Everything's wrong. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Corrida's chest, like I said. Anyone who saw the scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. Thought that here was a dead man. I don't know how you're meant to inflect that. That's, well, you see. I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly go and pour something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No! It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt on guard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt on guard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt on guard. Now what? Your Honor. The prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. The witness has yet to speak the absolute, real truth. The absolute, real truth? What are you... Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh. I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt on guard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? She's lost it. I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt on guard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging on to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All I have to do now is get not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please, someone help me. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there. Right? Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you were really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure. Mr. On Guard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it is clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. stop.
Mr. Edgeworth.
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What the? Because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop. Please stop. This is over. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop! I beg you, if people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. I'm going to lose my mind. It's far too late. I've been going far too long. Your crime? Unfortunately, we don't have time to hear about your crime. I've been here too long. That drove me insane. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. The stream is over. Don't come in here. Okay, goodbye. I'm closing the game. Goodbye.